Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
With over 35 years in the computer field as a self-employed Apple Macintosh computer instructor and FileMaker Pro database developer, Dr. Jimmy J. Davies is finally realizing his dream of creating an international organization, Every.Black, to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology to increase profitability and efficiency while providing global networking opportunities. Jimmy believes that the way to achieve economic equality is through entrepreneurship and that we must embrace technology. Please join us at the virtual Every.Black International Entrepreneur Mastermind meetings every Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We hope to see you there.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Art
to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hello and welcome back. I am Dr. Stephanie Ardrey. Welcome business owners, entrepreneurs, and other thought leaders, corporations. We are here today. I am the session moderator. We are experiencing our Black Business Olympics, where the Black Business Network is a 24-hour network aimed at showcasing not only Black businesses, but business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States of America. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I'm so excited. We are going to have a wonderful conversation with Chef Keedy. We'll talk about living superfoods and beyond. Let me tell you a little bit about Chef Keedy before I bring him into this conversation. Chef Keedy is known as the living superfood master. He's a celebrity chef. He's a dynamic main stage speaker and literally one of the most productive health research writers I know I've come across, definitely one for our generation. His powerful mission is about not only sharing what it sounds like you should be listening for and looking for to establish personal health, but demonstrating. He keeps an active routine of wellness. I don't know what number he's up to in terms of his daily push-ups and sit-ups. In fact, I'll ask him at the beginning, but he can probably out sit up and push up the youngest guy of our day. But what he and I agree upon is the importance of recognizing that food is really the truest form of medicine. And more importantly, it's not just about recognizing that, but making sure that you're deliberate in your choices, your food choices. So without any further ado, I will have Chef Keedy join me today so we can have this conversation.
And Aquaba, welcome, my beloved sister, Dr. Steph. I hope you are in as beautiful spirits today as you look on my screen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chef. Well, it's always fun to get together. I think that this audience has no clue what we're about to dive into, but how are you doing today?
I feel quite fantastic. You know, I recently celebrated my 69th rotation around the sun outside my mother's womb. And I tell you, I could not have imagined when I was a much younger man, half this age, that being 1 year away from 70 years old, that my energy level and my vitality and my disease resistance would be as amazing as it is. I tell you, Doc, at this particular pace, I'm going for a full 126 years around the sun.
Yes, well, we're all for it. You know, we're saying 120 and beyond. So I love that. You know, all we have to do is set that intention, right? And lean into it. And when we start leaning into it and describing what it looks like and what it feels like, you know, and then basically working backward from that point to this point and saying what it is we have to do. And so I believe you because I know I've been able to witness your diligence and determination because it's a daily commitment. Mm-hmm. We get to vote every day on these intentions by our actions. So what are you up to now? What's your daily
Oh,
push-ups?
okay. Well, my fitness routine is rather detailed. I have a total of about 10 different daily fitness routines. My morning routine mainly is focused on my core, building my abdominal section, pelvic muscles, and as well. And the pulmonary cardiovascular is also very, very important. So with my dailies, I'm up to 170 reps of my 3 core exercises. About at the end of spring, my spring detox fast, I set a new lifetime record of single set of sit-ups, one time 1,000, and that was a pretty good accomplishment. But insofar as push-ups, my daily routine right now has just been lifted up to 240. I had gone far above that, but then came back down and really kind of started again. So I'm at 240 per day, one time. But my lifetime record I set earlier this year, one single set, no pause, no break, 450.
Wow. Wow. Well, we definitely all have a lot to work on. I know personally I'm nowhere near there, but it's my target.
That's right.
So we'll be working on that. I feel like, that's not only a testament to, your belief and understanding, but just leaning into the reality of what it takes. It's a daily commitment to begin to, build on those possibilities of tomorrow. And you don't start at the end, you start at a point before you get to that destination, creating those building blocks to make sure that you end up where you desire.
You make an excellent point. It's all about system. And I have articulated, developed a set of systems about health and wellness maintenance. As you know, health is wealth. And in this particular forum with the Black Business Olympics, health and wealth are part of us standing on the top platform, getting the gold medal. So for everybody who is tuned in today, grab a pen, grab a paper, get ready. Doc and I are going to do the best we can to convince you that you are about to embark on an absolutely magnificent journey.
Absolutely. So first off, let's jump right into our conversation. I have a few things that I want to discuss for you, kind of highlights, high level. I want to talk to you about your upcoming book that's coming out. I want to get your perspective on what you see, not only domestically, but more importantly in the global markets as it relates to opportunities. But I also, I hate to have to bring this up, but I must. I happened to catch the news cycle this past week, and Bill Gates was on the news circuit talking about a new prenatal pill that he has helped to formulate and is distributing in particular to African countries. Kenya is one of the big ones that's taking on this use of this pill. So I definitely would like to have this conversation because you and I certainly have experiences and thoughts about this. And I think that, again, these are things that oftentimes people let go either in one ear, out the other, or just pass them all together. They don't understand what the implications of some of these things may be. So first, kind of let's jump into, if you will, or do you want to start there so we can move past it and end on the high note?
Let's start right there because this idea of Bill Gates, of the billionaire class, taking on the role of preservation of life and vitality for people of African heritage, it's very scary. I know I am not the only one who's very hesitant and reluctant to accept this at face value. Part of the reason I do so, one of the earliest books that I wrote, I think it was about my third book, was 33 years ago. The book was entitled Another Loaded Needle. The SPF 66 malaria vaccine and the conspiracy to depopulate Africa. This book was rather scary. I did a lot of research. I named the names, and as a consequence of naming high-level names as part of this grand, vast conspiracy, I really, literally thought that putting that book out would maybe cost me my life. So I secreted the book into the mail to 100 locations, one of which contacted me back. It was a DC-based think tank called the Information Project for Africa. They said it was some of the best research that they had seen, and it coincided with the research they did. That led me into becoming a member of the organization. There are 340 black broadcast journalists and written journalists from around the world. But it also led me to understand levels and levels and levels of the global game. So when it comes to understanding the global game, I have for some time proclaimed that there is a war going on between the globalists, they call them neocons. You also can call them the deep state, however you want to refer to them. There's been a war between them and the natural evolution of population on the planet, and they are particularly concerned about the high number of babies born to African continental mothers. It has been predicted by 2050, one half of all childbirths on the planet will be to African mothers. I don't think that Bill Gates, who's been a longtime supporter of population control strategies and agencies, I do not think that Bill Gates is qualified mentally, spiritually, or organizationally to be directing Africa's demographic dividend.
Ooh, you put it well. And yes, exactly. I too know that cannot be for a benefit. It is absolutely not the benefit that it is being presented. It is a wolf attempting to present themselves in sheep's clothing. And don't fall for it, guys. Don't fall for it, because this is totally opposite of anything that this man has stood for, And I know that having not only access to information, the information is there, but you're right. It's going, reading, finding, consuming, and then being able to understand what does that mean and sort of the bigger why. Why would this be, if you will, top of mind at the same time that we see such significant growth in Africa along the continent as relates to country leaders looking at ways to find alignment, commonality, creating stronger, regional commerce opportunities amongst one another. So at this same time that you see a strong emergence and strengthening and kicking out, if you will, of these imperialists who have tried to conquer and divide, why now is it that suddenly this concern about the prenatal care is also being, pushed and hopefully gaining popular traction? I watched in the news cycle, literally, it was twice this week that his messaging was part of the morning news cycle. And the first day, of course, he's on within, sadly, a known entertainer who, it's kind of like, someone asked him, well, how did you get caught up and involved with, this Gates initiative? Well, I'm just about love, and I just wanted to throw something at the TV,
Yeah, I know the feeling. We have unfortunately too often reduced it down to simplicities, when in actuality, the world of today, the world of tomorrow, the world of past centuries has been run at levels of gamesmanship that many of us have not really ever come to study and to comprehend. This is why of recent, more and more so, I find myself studying levels and levels and teaching what is called game theory. To reduce it into the simplest concept, game theory is global chess, playing for everything. And the big prize right now is called the new scramble for Africa.
Oh, yes. No, this is excellent. Now, let's kind of move, if you will, along in our progression of this conversation. Let's talk about this. When you say introducing and being able to teach game theory, let's kind of unpack that a little bit, because maybe some people here are not as familiar with what game theory looks and feels like and how it's being practiced globally, because we are playing a global game, whether we know it or realize it.
In many ways, game theory can be reduced to mathematics, which includes, of course, data, statistics, analytics, and appropriate adaptation to what the data is showing. Game theory, in its most simple explanation, is broken into 4 basic fundamentals. Number 1, the game exists. The competition exists. If you could define it in communications, you could define it in sports, but in this particular case, we're talking about hegemony, global hegemony, economic hegemony. Point number two, the game exists. Point number two, there are players in the game. And in this particular set of game theory, there's not necessarily just two players. We've seen descriptions of global competition that have one set of players playing against 7 different teams simultaneously, each of which has their own games with each other. So we have the game, we have the players, then we have strategies. Each set of players in the game has particular strategies based upon their own defined self-interest, as well as strategies that accommodate and or adapt to the strategies of other players. And number 4, the payoff. What is the big outcome of the game, the return on investment? Game theory. I could talk probably about 15 or 20 other principles to go with game theory, but I think those 4, the game, the players, strategies, and the payoff, gives anyone interested a good place to start their own research.
Absolutely. So when we talk about this, when we think about the continent in particular and the power of the continent, you and I have had conversations about the multi-trillion-dollar opportunities and how those opportunities are uniquely, are opportunities that in particular those of us of African descent in America could be uniquely poised to participate in. However, what happens oftentimes is we fall prey to the propaganda. We fall prey to limited beliefs. We fall prey to, all of the other things that are aimed at distracting you from focusing on what you really should be focused on. We usually have some kind of, media shows that are put on for consumption that prevent people from consuming what they really should be consuming. You get caught up in the gossip or the distraction, if you will, of the day. But the reality is there's a reason that Africa, the continent, is in play. And you and I understand that it has a lot to do with the resources. And
including the greatest resource on the planet, childbirth, human resources.
Exactly. And this is, I think, the thing that a lot of times people have missed when we talk about your health is your wealth. But someone has literally determined that your life is their wealth creation tool and vehicle in a couple of ways. One, you're groomed to consume the goods and services that typically they create, but more importantly, you're forced to consume those things, even in ways that you don't realize that you're voting to consume those things, meaning those things are being designed to be addictive, destructive, and dangerous. That part, but also the source of, if you will, the various materials that go into creating some of these products and services are uniquely sourced from regions of the world that are oftentimes outside of these communities or countries attempting to control those resources, which then creates this conflict and the need to control the communities that are in existence around these resources.
It's a very complex game being played, and the strategies are always in flux. They're always changing and adapting. Unfortunately, for people of African heritage, Black people in the United States, we have not put up sufficient leadership to guide our group as part of a much larger global group toward its full potential. Let me see if I can make this real clear. I am of African heritage. You are of African heritage. We're both probably the first to stand up and say, I am proud to be an African on this planet, with my motherland continent being the heart of our people. Chinese people will stand up and say the very same thing. Indian people stand up and say the same thing. European people will stand up and say the same thing. But if we look at who is on this planet, a lot of people don't realize that since 1997, Africa finally caught up with the missing population from 600 years of demographic devastation, stealing our children, stealing our childbearing age, bringing them to another continent, not only working them literally to death for an average life expectancy was 30 years, but also taking their babies and their babies' babies. And we've always regarded children into the family as our wealth. Well, these people were selling off our children. Africa was missing 600 million people because of the slave trade. And that's just between the height of it, 1600 and 1880. But by 1997, Africa recovered those 600 million. Now, today, some 27 years later, Africans are the number one ethnic group on earth. And most of us aren't even clueless that that's a fact and what it means insofar as power potential. There are, right now, 1.755 billion people of African heritage all around the planet. That's significantly more than the Chinese, significantly more than the Indians. Now we have to figure out, what do we do with a planetary demographic dividend? And so that's where one of the critical reasons why I write books on health. Because with that many people, if we're disproportionately ill, then we're not just bringing ourselves down. We're bringing nations down. We're bringing the planet down. But if we are proportionately healthy and productive and creative and wise and inventing and making patents and taking our patents to industry, using natural resources that are available on our own mother continent, then we see a whole new dynamic on this planet begin to shape up. We call that dynamic, which is now firmly appearing, we call it Africa Rising.
Absolutely, and it's definitely the right season. I say that as I look at the journey and I think of where it is I am along my journey, I'm so excited to be at this stage of, if you will, development and competency, but more importantly, of consciousness and awareness, and having the innate desire, to want to be about creating this next and contributing and collaborating. That brings me so much joy and excitement that all of the experiences have really a value and a purpose, and the ability to offer that then back to my family, my people, and to help them to build strength. Now, we also have to overcome, the messaging. When I think about it, I was telling someone, one thing I noticed that as I traveled around, it's sad. I could see evidence of where from my lens, the Americanization of food systems around the world has kind of caused the same outcomes with people. People that I see consuming some of the same food tend to end up in similar states. I was having a conversation with a friend about an elder who seemingly has gone into a fast slip with dementia, early onset Alzheimer's. But she shared that, you couldn't say anything to this person because their daily breakfast consisted of a McDonald's breakfast every day. And that led them to a hospital stay. But you couldn't break that pattern of this particular McDonald's meal every day. And so it hit me. I said, this man is exhibiting behavior that sounds like he's got mad cow.
Yeah, mad cow, or what I call suicide.
No matter how you slice it. But the sad thing is as you mentioned, it's sad when disease consumes one's mind and then their body, because also that is creating trauma in the family. Immediately, the immediate family, as well as the next couple of generations, are impacted by this trauma. And this is something we have to realize, is that there are serious consequences when we're making these decisions. The decisions that I make about how I care for myself is not just about how I care for myself.
Yeah, it's so very important. That's right.
Yes.
In fact, what you're speaking about, as you mentioned earlier, I do have a new book coming out. This has been my first book of the year. After 10 books last year, I decided to pause, but then I couldn't pause anymore. But the new book, Living Superfood Solutions, Using Diet and Nutrition to Prevent or Cure Chronic Diseases. And literally, I've just been today writing on the very same subject you're talking about, nutritional management, of mental health. So when it comes to all aspects of mental health, be it brain health, neurological health, cognitive function, motor function, sensory function, social, emotional, behavioral health, all of them have a strong correspondence to nutrition and diet and the functioning of the body's 18 integrated systems. So I'm glad you bring this up. The good news is there is great news. The great news is we can start to prevent cognitive decline, dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, neurological disorders like MS and all. We can start to prevent those in our 20s. The bad news is the food addictions that we have adopted along the way and this cultural paradigm that has been fixated in what we have been calling soul food has unfortunately led us on an alternative pathway from longevity, healthy lifespan, etc. And when we look at the metrics, when we look at the data, sad to report, compared to other ethnicities in the United States, African Americans are not doing good at all. We've got a lot of key issues to settle. The good news is we got great information to settle it with.
That's the part. And so it's basically, I'm seeing around and around more folks wanting to lean in. I find it's so fascinating, and I'm sure it has a lot to do with the algorithms, but I love it on, for example, my Instagram. I see a number of thought leaders speaking up. I see the transformation of previously indoctrinated MDs into Western philosophies, articulate the voids and their understanding and training and how they've adopted new training and information so that they can make better decisions about patient care and hopefully lead towards patient outcomes. How some have shifted from, again, a cut and poison philosophy to more of a preventative approach and recognizing that food is truly the source of the medicine, if it is that you can identify the appropriate food and the food that has true nutrition and nutritionally dense outcomes. However, we have to at the same time recognize, Gates and crew have been buying up farms around the globe. They figured out how to perfect growing fruits and vegetables with ingredients that they desire to have you consume that also may not be for your wellness. So now when you go and you're consuming these genetically modified fruits and vegetables, you're consuming seedless this, seedless that. Do not consume it. Why? Why should we avoid these genetically modified versions of the so-called food that nature had already perfected?
That's right. So to prevent anyone out there from accusing you or I of mere speculative conspiracy mongering and fear mongering, I just want to cite one word, and anyone and everyone out there is encouraged to look up this word and understand it. This is a genetically engineered code that's called epicite, EPICYTE, epicite. It was developed by a San Diego-based company, Syngenta, and it's been out here for a couple of decades now. Epicite was designed, it was fashioned from anti-sperm antibodies taken from bodies of women who were allergic to sperm. They would have a reaction when exposed to sperm. Anti-sperm antibodies. So epicite, we know it has been put into the food system. Most likely it's found in corn, and of course they can sell GMO modified products without having to tell the public that the food is genetically engineered and modified. They do that commonly. But epicite, the so-called sterilization corn, it's out here. It's been out here for a long time. I have my suspicions of where it most likely will be encountered, but the overwhelming majority of people, when they're buying non-organic corn, non-GMO corn products, would be corn, different types of corns and cereals. It could be cornbread, a lot of different products. They are totally unaware that that food could likely contain sterilizing genes. At that particular point, it's a crisis, it's an emergency, and we need to step up to the nature of the game as it's played at that level.
It's so sad that you mentioned that. I'm thinking back that I haven't had corn in forever, but I attended an event, and it was a family affair, and one of the big stations set up was this corn on the cob. And he was making corn on the cob. He was adding mayonnaise and then rolling it in Parmesan cheese and then, adding some other stuff. And so, people were standing in line to get this corn. And so I remember him saying, okay, well, I have one for you. And I was thinking to myself, I'm not sure if I want to try that, but, again, not trying to be too, whatever. Oh, my goodness. I tried that. And I'm telling you, I had a stomach ache for a good month. I had to do multiple detoxes to get that to finally break down and pass through my system. And I said, never, ever, 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 ever again. But when I think about it, it's like, oh my goodness, it literally created a tummy ache.
Yeah, what you're describing was a serious cholesterol and a combination of cholesterol and saturated fats. It's just way too much. Probably had too much sodium in it as well. That's a metabolic disorder bomb that they're feeding the people. But the taste buds like the salt. They love the sweetness of the corn, and they love the fat. Salt, sugar, fat. The brain is pre-wired to desire these particular nutrients. The problem is the modern day food system delivers these critical components of nutrition in an absolutely wrong methodology.
And so when we talk to people about nutrition, I think about the SAD diet and how many people believe that that is a dietary practice worth following, or just the absent-mindedness or the rush or the whatever the combinations are of just buying things to consume, not recognizing the impact of what it is you're consuming, not only on yourself, but on your family, who you are constantly feeding these things. Someone on Instagram the other day was showing, ingredients, and one of the doctors said, wait a second, there should be no more than 3 ingredients to make this item. Why am I looking at a list of, 20 different ingredients?
And most of them probably chemicals masquerading as food.
Just stop there. If it's more than, what are the basic ingredients? I usually tell people, look at the list. By the time you get to ingredient 4 or 5 is when it starts to tell you that there's other things that you really shouldn't consume.
Another clue is when you cannot pronounce the words, it's probably not food. It's probably a chemical formula at that particular point. It's scary, but the beautiful thing about it is we live in an era where we have better access to information, news, research, cutting-edge research than has ever existed in previous generations. This is why I write the books. This is why to date now I have, and I'm proud to say, I've published 53 different books, probably at least half of them dealing specific with health, wellness, maintenance, longevity. I love writing on that subject. How can you and I fulfill God's promise to live to be 120 years plus? I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, I have my plan, and according to my plan, I'm going to get my 126 years. And as part of that plan, I said at my anniversaries of my birth, I'm going to continue to do something very spectacular, which pleases and makes the whole community proud of itself. So that's who we are. That's what time it is. That's where we're moving to. Now, I just was talking a little bit earlier about the new book, and I see you're back again, Doc. I was talking about the new book, and I hope we can maybe just touch on a couple of these chronic diseases that people are experiencing at pandemic levels right now.
Yes,
and how
please.
nature gave us food solutions for each of them, including vitiligo.
Ah, please tell us more.
Okay, well, let's go specifically to vitiligo. These are all different chapters of the book that's coming up. And I talk about vitiligo as an autoimmune disorders. So, key highlights of this chapter, I'm just going to give you the highlights and then we'll freestyle, is the nature of autoimmune diseases. Because vitiligo is an autoimmune disease. Point two, immune system function and what is called reactive oxygen species, how our body deals with inflammation, responding to factors in the environment that the body doesn't want inside of it. Point three, solar exposure to ultraviolet B radiation and melanin production, light or phototherapy. We're living in a sad environment with the same people who want us to eat a sad diet, standard American diet, are also telling us stay out of the sun. Well, nature didn't necessarily tell us to stay out of the sun, which is how we got so black in the first place. 4.4, we talk in this chapter about reversing the melanocytes dysfunction. That's essentially what vitiligo is. The melanocytes, which produce the melanin and also interact with the solar radiation to convert energy in the body, these melanocytes have become dysfunctional because of the autoimmune system disorder. And point number 5, the solution is this pathway. We're hearing a lot about stem cell activation. Well, I don't need to, you don't need to spend $5,000, $50,000 on stem cell therapy. When your body makes stem cells throughout the course of its life, we just have to learn how to tell the body to do what you were designed to do.
Well, that's part of one of our treatment protocols. We use a particular therapy that allows your body to accelerate its natural creation and reproduction of stem cells. And we do that in combination with number one, first detoxing your body from the toxins so that your cells become receptive again, and then helping you to consume nutritionally dense fruits and vegetables and foods that will then help to activate the desire for those cells to also, regenerate. And then with our technology, we're able to accelerate that process again in a non-invasive manner. So we know that you're not going to be allergic to you. Right?
That's right. Yeah, that autoimmune disorders are devastating the nation, in particular looking at African American people. I don't think we've had any of our leaders step out and say we have an autoimmune disorder crisis that we're going to have to face up to as soon as possible. Just one quick example, and I get excited about this. This morning,
what I want to ask you to do in this last example is to also share with us how and when we can get a copy of this latest book that you're publishing, so that we make sure that we get that in before we leave today.
Okay, I do have a wonderful website, keidi.biz, where all of my books that have been published were actually 2 or 3 or 4 of the earlier ones I stopped publishing because I kind of changed my mind on the central subject. They can be found there, as well as they can go to amazon.com. Just spell my name, Keidi, and it'll come right up. AWADU will be in the books sections, and they have at least about 45 of my books right now available on Amazon. We try and make it as easy as possible, and I can even share my text number, 702-580-0662. You can text me. I'll be glad to open up a dialogue with you. Anyone out there who's dealing with any type of a condition, and you don't necessarily want to get on the drug, what they call it, roller coaster, merry-go-round, because once you get on that, they may try and keep you on that for life. We're best to avoid getting into that protocol.
Absolutely. That is, beware, right? Beware. But again, before we conclude, tell us about this last point that you wanted to make.
I woke up this morning, someone sent me something in international communication, a woman talking about the body mass index, BMI. And her essential point was, well, the BMI was based upon white men's bodies centuries ago, and so the BMI is not for us. BMI is not for us. And I got a little upset because I use body mass index quite a bit. I think it's very important gauge. They were using this as reference points, white men from centuries ago. This morning I collected at least 20 photographs of Alpha Kappa Alpha, one particular sorority, black women in the United States from the early 1910s and 20s through the 60s and 70s and up to the mid 2020s now. I put these photographs up in one chart, and it shows you the body changes that black women in the AKA sorority have gone through over the course of about 4 generations. And it is so completely stark, we cannot deny it. We don't want to use body mass index to measure ourselves against white men 200 years ago. We want to use body mass index to measure ourselves against ourselves. I am proud to say that at age 69, my body mass index this morning was exactly what it was at age 25, but I have to work for that.
Absolutely. Well, I think that that's the most valuable part. And so for those of you that want to learn more about Chef Keedy and his amazing work, again, go to keedy.biz, as well as go to Amazon, and you can get access to his very well-researched and published books covering a number of topics, but all in are overall addressing not only your health, but your wealth at the end of the day. Keedy, thank you so much for this conversation and all of the other ones leading up to, and all of the more conversations that we're going to have beyond this. I'm looking forward to touring the world with you and really helping people, gain not only better insights, but more importantly, be able to activate them along their journey of full life of 120 years and beyond. So thank you again for joining me in this conversation. Thank you for adding your brilliance. And remember, genius is common. And I will see you on the other side. See who's running.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Black Business Expo USA.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but
what if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Greetings. I am Dr. Stephanie Ardrey. Welcome to this session, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. Today, I'm your moderator for this session. We're going to have a wonderful conversation. But first, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We feature speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Well, today we're going to have in this session another exciting conversation, a fireside chat. I'll be speaking with Ashley Carter. She's going to share her amazing journey as both a realtor and podcaster and her passion behind why she believes education is really key to help families not only acquire real estate, but also be in position to build generational wealth around real estate. So before, let me tell you just a little bit about Ashley and how she decided to embark upon this particular journey. As I mentioned, she's a realtor and she has been successful in terms of delivering and helping families identify and acquire real estate assets. And she began her career. Let's see here. I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a technical issue here pulling up her bio. Let me get you. Here we go. Sorry about that. Ashley is a dynamic professional speaker, dedicated realtor, educator. She empowers families to build lasting legacies through home ownership, education, and understanding the strength of family. She has a heart rooted in service and a vision for generational impact. Her work really transcends the real estate industry and touches lives in a profound and meaningful ways. She's not only built a successful career as a realtor, learning her first deal months after starting in the industry, but she's become known, both recognized by her brokerage in the President's Club, but known for her expertise, her integrity, and her ability to guide clients through really what is one of the most significant transactions many will contemplate, and that is making a personal decision to acquire a property for home ownership that hopefully will begin to be the foundation that they build their family's generational wealth upon. So with that, I bring into our conversation Miss Ashley Carter.
Thank you. How are you?
Fabulous. And how are you today?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, it's exciting to have this conversation with you. I too know a little bit about real estate, so it's one of my favorite topics. So tell us a little bit about your journey and why it is you approach real estate from the standpoint of not just being a realtor, but really recognizing that it would give you a platform that you could use to begin public speaking and then building from there.
So my journey into professional speaking began with a desire to serve and empower others. As a realtor, I was already engaging with clients on a deeply personal level, helping them navigate life-changing decisions like purchasing a home. That's a big thing. So I realized that the same principles I was using in real estate, education, trust, and legacy building could be shared with a much larger audience. So that inspiration came from wanting to impact more people beyond my one-on-one interactions. And I wanted to help families create legacies through home ownership, education, and family values. And I felt like speaking was the perfect platform to do that.
Wonderful. And so what were some of the things that you looked at in terms of developing not only your speaking platform, but audiences? Where did you begin to target audiences when you first started?
So I started to look at people like me, who was a first-time home buyer, people who just wanted more. I really targeted younger professionals. I target families that look like me, and I just began to make sure that I study my audience and make sure that I concentrated on the different challenges that they had. And from there, I gave my real life experiences and I made it where the authenticity and the just being basically genuine about what I was saying attract my audiences that way.
Fabulous. Well, one of the things that you've created is what you call the Ashley Carter experience. Tell us a little bit more about the message behind your ACE experience and how that really connects with your audiences.
So ACE is all about helping people, right? And it's all about hard work, dedication, consistency, and faith. For me, those four pillars have been instrumental in my life. Faith is pretty much the foundation of anything, right? And so if you believe it, it can happen. Everything starts with a dream, right? And so I have an opportunity to give that to others, but I want them to start by believing in themselves. Every professional development that I've done, from the time that I was in college, as an educator, as a realtor, everything evolves around your mindset. Even going to church on Sunday, it evolves around your mindset, right? So I wanted an opportunity to have the Ashley Carter experience that focus on, if you change your mindset, you can change so many things about yourself. If you believe it, you can achieve it. So just thinking about back to like the messages that I got growing up as a kid and how they were instilled in me gave me the opportunity to create the Ashley Carter experience, to go back to empowering people that look like me, who are young and who's trying to do this thing for the first time and have no absolute idea on how to navigate this process.
And so are you finding that oftentimes, not only the combination of you understanding mindset and incorporating your faith, how is that being received with your clients who are, again, determining that they're going to, make that decision, set that intention to acquire real estate? And oftentimes, are you finding that some of your clients are these first-time home buyers, meaning first time within their families, or are they, coming from families where pretty much they've pretty much always bought real estate, so they kind of know that it's something that happens in the past? Or are you finding, brand new families going, well, we didn't necessarily own, but we want to move into home ownership?
So both of those areas are the areas that I'm attracting. So I'm attracting a lot of first-time home buyers who are first-generation buyers as well, right? And then you're getting those ones who, okay, I'm renting, but I feel like I'm throwing away money. Let's try to make a better decision at this point. My mom owned a house, but I really don't want that responsibility, but I'm tired of throwing away money, right? So I'm grasping all of those groups of people, but I find myself just basically just being honest with them and being as transparent as possible. Right. So when I'm talking to them, I tell them my life experiences, and I go and I take it all the way back to my grandparents being sharecroppers, right? So I explained to them, my grandparents were sharecroppers for a while, and then my grandmother was born in 1921. That's over 100 years ago, right? But her and my grandfather, they were able to obtain 6 pieces of property, and we still have those properties in our family at this time. So for me, that's a big part of giving that legacy and, just encouraging people that, hey, if they can do it, sharecropping, we definitely can do it, right? So when they see that and they see that fire in my eyes and that desire that I have, that I want to be great and I want them to be great, because not only am I rooting for myself, I'm rooting for them as well. They feel like, oh, I can definitely do this at this point. It targets so many things. I think people don't realize when you own something, you treat it differently, right? Not only that, you get that empowerment that you can do more because you've made that big step. And now you have assets. So you're able to have leverage in your area. You're able to make different business decisions, and you can utilize your home as collateral. You can borrow off of your home. There's so many different things that you can do to take you to the next level. And my goal is just to tell the world about it, right? Sometimes in underprivileged communities, that education is missed. And my goal is to make sure that I'm going around to different places, like whether it be at middle schools, high schools, whether it be seminars that I can, put on in the community that I'm from. My goal is to make sure that I get that education out, because, the lack of knowledge plays a big part in us not achieving our goals. And that's why I preach about education. Like, education is so powerful, not just having the book sense, but just being educated in so many various areas. I hope I answered
Absolutely.
your question because I like to talk.
No worries. Well, absolutely. Well, I think it's also interesting because you talk about, the communities you impact, but you also have a number, as we say, we all have these different titles. I mean, you're a mother, you're a wife, and you're a businesswoman. And so even when you look at the dynamics of your experiences in educating others, how are these messages, not only received, but also part of your family dynamics with your own, household and your children? What are they learning? What is your family taking in and learning by just watching your example?
So I have a big family. I have two older girls. They're 20 and 17. And then I have a 6 and a 7-year-old, right? So me and my husband started all back over again, right? But I have one little boy. And, my thing is, someday I tell him, you're going to be a husband. You're going to have to provide for your family. You're going to have to carry daddy's business on. And the same for my girls. You can have it all. You can be the wife. You can be the mother. You can also be the businesswoman as well, And I try to tell them that education is the key. Education is very important in my house. If one person is not getting it, then we're all not getting it. We're going to have to focus on that person so we can bring them up to where they need to be. My son has had struggles with reading, right? And, he's my only little boy, and it really pulls on my heartstring when I talk about it because, I have these big dreams for him. I want him to be great. Sky's the limit for him, right? But a lot of times our kids are not getting what they need because we're not educated or we're afraid to say something, right? So in my house, we talk about asking questions. No question is a dumb question. We talk about being honest and transparent. Like, sometimes you just have to say what it is to get the help that you need. I think a lot of time in a community that looks like me, a lot of times we're ashamed or we're inferior of what others may think when we're not honest about what's going on. So having that opportunity to show my children that your voice matters means the world to me. And I try to model that every chance that I get with them.
Well, that's so important because it is really about having those conversations. I say we create the first educational environment in our households. I happen to be one that believes strongly in education. In fact, so much so that I created what I call was the womb experience. I started teaching my son while he was yet in the womb. He affectionately likes to say things like when he was sharing a body with me and all of the education that was happening. But, it's important that, again, the messages that I received from my mother was that the educational system was just that. It's for my education. The people that are being paid as the teachers, they work for me. And if it is that I'm struggling in any way with how they're communicating the information that they're supposed to be communicating, then it's on me to let them know that they need to make a course correction and communicate in a different way, because the way that they're communicating is not landing. So it's not working for me, but also at the same time, being able to hold myself accountable for my piece of that relationship process in how it is that I'm prepared to learn and engage. And I think that understanding begins at home. When we tell our kids that the teachers in the classroom are not these big, scary people, they're there to work for you. Mommy's, daddy's taxpayer dollars are paying their salaries. You are employing them, and their job is to put forth the education. And if it is that it's not being translated in a way that's meaningful, you have to use your voice and you have to let people know, I'm sorry, I don't understand that. And there's no shame in not understanding. We should remain curious and we should always question. And there's a way to question. You don't have to do it in a disrespectful manner. You can just say, hey, I don't understand this exactly. I understand A and B, but this C part, I don't see the correlation. So let's see how we can clarify that better. So I love that you not only bring into your household and to your family the legacy that your grandparents created and basically helping your kids and then ultimately their kids know about that legacy that was started by your great great grandparents and how you're continuing to build upon that legacy. And I would think that that would land pretty powerfully for the audiences that you're engaged with, because people again look to you from that level of authenticity. So
Right.
you're living what it is you're teaching. You're not just talking about it, you're living, and you're having that impact on your own family, which
Right.
demonstrates that this is what you're bringing home. How have you found that in terms of not only your family in that immediate community, but even if you say, you know, your friends, your kids' friends and their families, how are they also sort of impacted, even if not directly, but indirectly by not only the speaking opportunities that you're taking, but the education that you're putting forward?
I try to provide a safe space. A lot of times we don't feel safe and we're not in a place where we feel comfortable with feeling our heart, sharing our heart, or even opening our heart. So I try to get involved in different community organizations. So I have an opportunity to invite different people in and show them that, you know, it's not the way you look, it's not where you come from. Everybody's welcome. I like to use the analogy, it's like church, come as you are, right? And we come on in and we embrace everybody. And what you notice about those organizations or what you notice about those friends or just people out in the community, that we all have so many things in common, you know? And it's just a matter of just being in a space where you're able to share that with others to let them know that you're not alone on your journey. So I try to make sure that I'm always having a safe space and I'm always having an invitation for people to come in. I think that's important when it comes to the community and our friends and my children and their friends, that they have a space where they can actually come in.
That's so valuable. Now, I know you've been involved with an organization called When Women Heal. And so tell us a little bit about what drew you to being involved, but then also what you see as some of the outcomes as a result of your involvement with that organization.
So When Women Heal is like therapy to me every week, okay? We do a book club. One of the books that we were reading was called Mother Hunger. And that opened up so many conversations. And it was nice because not only was it me, a 40-year-old woman on that platform, but there also was a woman who was 65 on there. There was a woman who was 25 on there. You know, we have all these different ages and all these different experiences, and you're able to gravitate to these people and learn so many different things. So it gave me a lot of life lessons. Just one as a side note, it's one lady on there, and she's like my mom on there, right? She's the same age as my mom and everything, right? And there are times when I'm like, Miss D, now y'all grandmothers be doing a whole lot, you know? And I'll tell her, I was like, you're supposed to be on my side as my mom, but I feel like you be taking the children's side. And one of the important things that she said to me was that a grandmother holds the entire family together. So sometimes the grandmother has to, you know, talk on this person's side a little bit and talk on that person a little bit, so that person can have that safe space. And I don't think the conversation had ever been told to me quite that way. You know, I always kind of like get upset with my mom and say, okay, now you saying one thing with me and then you telling the kids another thing, mama. Now come on now, I need you to help me reinforce what I'm trying to say. But when Miss D kind of laid it out to me that way, it kind of changed my whole outlook and perception on the conversation or the things that were happening. And so having those older women there, even having those younger women there, and I'm sure that I have uplifted her in different ways as well, and talking about the different barriers and the different things that, you know, have been created and how we're breaking those generational curses, gives me an opportunity to just be a better mom, a better person, a better wife, and in the future, a better grandmother, a better auntie, cousin, sibling, and so on. So that group has been life-changing. And the one thing that I love about it is when they talk about when women heal, it's like all these little dots afterwards, right? And all these women are saying different things. Generational curses are broken. Women are able to breathe at this point. The impossible occurs. And it's just so, it just pours into you. And every week we're meeting and we're pouring into each other. And nobody's jealous. Nobody feels any type of animosity or anything of that nature. It's just women uplifting each other.
Well, that is such a beautiful space. And you know, it's true. Women are so influential within our families, within our communities. And when we create a safe space to collaborate and communicate, just a safe space to share our concerns in a loving, nourishing environment, it just empowers us to, one, be able to release the toxins and the negative experiences, but begin to really build on the strength. And why repeat mistakes if someone can show me a shortcut? I'm like, you should be able to stand on my shoulders and go forward. Why are you going back and repeating the stuff that I've already figured out are the potholes? I know where those bodies are buried. Avoid these traps, right? You don't need to fall into those traps. You know, let's leapfrog over those. Let me give you the Cliff Notes version so that you can advance forward. So I think that's a beautiful experience in space. And then, since you both see yourself, and it is true, you are both a speaker, an educator, and also a professional, realtor in the business world, how would you advise, if you will, your next set of team members that you're developing? How should they develop their career in business and/or include speaking as a platform, as a way of, carrying forward both the knowledge and education that they're gaining? But more importantly, how do they manage the challenges of both of those things? Because speaking is a career in and of itself, as well as the responsibilities of being an active realtor in the marketplace.
I would say definitely you have to be true to yourself about whatever you're doing. You have to put that work-life balance together. You got to be organized. You got to believe in something outside of yourself, something that's bigger than you. You want to invest in yourself as well. With anything, a lot of us have natural talents, right? And with our natural talents, we have a ceiling that we're going to hit. But the difference between somebody who's naturally talented and a skilled person is the skilled person is going to win every time because they're pouring into themselves. And I think a lot of times, sometimes we're so great that we forget that we still have to continue to develop ourselves. So for my next team, I definitely want you to focus on yourself. I definitely want you to believe in something that's bigger than you. And then I want you to pour into yourself like you never poured into yourself before. Because when you develop yourself, you can go anywhere in this thing called life, So I think just basically having that faith, that consistency, and pouring into yourself can take you a long ways.
Excellent. So what are some of the things that you're focusing on in terms of your next topics and interests, and as you continue to evolve? If we were to say, hey, let's roll the dice, let's look at, you said 40, so let's go ahead and toss it 10 years down. So it is September 28th, 2034. So what are you doing?
Well, I don't think I'll be in a classroom during that time, but I definitely want to be doing a little bit more consulting. I want to come into the schools and I want to talk to schools about, really, really, really zoning in on our communities and uplifting our communities so we can uplift our children. A lot of other things that I want to do is be doing more speaking engagements. This time I want to be global. And there is room for owning my own brokerage by that time. So I definitely want to open up my own real estate brokerage where I'm able to train real estate professionals and just be an ambassador in the real estate profession. So 10 years from now, I'm looking at being on the next Ebony magazine.
All right. I love it. I love it. I love it. No, and it's, it begins with just that, is setting that intention. A lot of times people forget that was one of the gifts that my mother gave me was, the ability to envision where I saw myself going from a very early age. So let me ask you this. You mentioned you made reference to your grandparents, but who are some of the other mentors or folks who you've looked to for their leadership and sort of wanted to model or glean insights from along your journey?
So I would definitely say I work for a female brokerage, right? And she's very young. Her name's Olivia Cooley, and she is really, really ahead of herself in the real estate industry. For the last year or so, we have been number one in our MLS. And so just following in her footsteps, looking at how she's navigating different things, looking at her mentorship program and different things of that nature, she has really been a role model to me in the real estate profession. I always look to my mom and my dad. My parents, they always bring me back and make sure that I remain humble. And I'm very appreciative of that, because sometimes I think, sometimes things get to you and you think you become invincible, right? And so, my mom and my dad always remind me of, where my inner strength comes from, and it's not me. And then I would have to say my husband. He's definitely a role model to me. He's always looking at things in a different way. A lot of times as a woman, I kind of lead with my feelings in certain instances, and he's always that backbone that I need to fall back on when I'm not really acting the way that I need to act, or making the judgment calls that I need to make in certain situations. I don't want to say acting the way that I'm supposed to act, but making the calls that I need to make. Sometimes I make calls and I have my emotions involved, and I need to make sure that I step away from that. And last but not least, I would say Victor. I have been coaching with Victor for the last couple months and just trying to get myself out there and really, really, really focus on drawing an audience and really focusing on making sure that I'm giving people what they need, but I'm passionate about it and that I'm doing it in a professional way. So I definitely want to get better at what I'm doing and just pretty much utilize my parents, my different role models that I have in my life to be successful at this point.
Well, I think it's an exciting time. Obviously, we have such an exciting election cycle happening here in the US. And then the Harris Walz administration in particular has decided that part of their policies include an incentive to encourage more home ownership. So I think for those in the real estate field, and especially someone like yourself working with homeowners, not only first-time homeowners, but move-up homeowners, or homeowners who have been sidelined looking to re-enter the market. We've seen some positive movements with the interest rates. And so that's created a little bit of interest again. And then also we understand that, again, policy initiatives that may also foster support. What are your thoughts about what may be brewing if it is that the Harris Walz administration prevails? I would guess that even if the Trump administration prevails, that there will still be incentives around home ownership, irrespective of the administration. But I do know that the Harris administration has been saying that this is a big policy initiative. So what are your thoughts as a realtor?
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot of different programs available. I think it's going to be a lot of funds available to new homeowners. And so I'm like calling out to all my clients and different people of that nature to jump on, get yourself together so you can be ready when these opportunities come available to you. I think the next year is going to be great as far as real estate goes. It's going to be an opportunity for people to jump on and follow that dream and complete that dream as being a real estate a homeowner at that point, and tapping into real estate. The interest rates are probably going to go down a little bit more. So that'll be great for a lot of us. It'll create more buying power for us. And, it gives us that opportunity to live what they call the American dream at that point, right? So I'm looking forward to all the different programs and different things that will become available so people can definitely benefit from it. I kind of like to use that as my own experience. I'm one of the people who benefited from the Obama administration when he gave $8,000 back for you purchasing a home, right? And so at the time, I was probably like 24 years old, right? Purchasing my first home. And so I explained to people, it was for real. Because, one lady, she was like, I'm not sure if that was real, Ashley. I'm like, I'm telling you, it was real. She was like, they just gave it back to you? They did. And I also had an opportunity to stay in the home long enough so I wouldn't have to pay it back. So just having those opportunities and then telling them about my experience years later when I got an opportunity to sell my home, and it was a savings account all that time, like you can see the lights go off in their eyes, So I'm excited about the new administration and what it's going to do for real estate, but I'm more excited to see what it's going to do for the American people.
Oh, excellent. And do you notice in your particular areas, where are you based? Where do you focus? Where are you active in real estate?
So I'm here in Columbia, South Carolina.
Okay. And so are you noticing a lot of growth or, in your marketplace? What do you see as some of the major opportunities or contributors to opportunities?
Well, we have a lot of new constructions going on. So a lot of people are jumping on those new construction deals. We just had a situation where a lot of money has been dedicated to down payment assistance. So a lot of my clients are benefiting from that down payment assistance. And because sellers are in a situation where they're really trying to sell their homes, a lot of them are more eager to provide closing costs and different things of that nature. So I've been seeing a lot of deals come through because of the eagerness to sell these homes because they weren't moving as quickly as they were before. So sellers are seeming to be a little bit more gracious at this point and generous as far as the closing costs and the amenities and incentives that they can offer. That down payment assistance, I have a lender right now who is offering down payment assistance, and it's a situation where you can actually get the money back. I mean, you don't have to pay the money back. And so it's so many different programs out there. It's just a matter of just getting a word out to our community. And so a lot of people have been jumping on. I just helped a client last week who just thought that they wasn't going to even be able to get approved. And they're coming to the closing table with nothing. They don't have to bring anything. They didn't have to put anything down. And they're no longer renters anymore. They're homeowners.
Wow.
So in our area, it's definitely growing. Here in Columbia, South Carolina, the median range is about $350,000 as far as homes go. So that's a decent price, and it's a very nice home at that point as well. So, due to the demographics and the area that we're in, that plays a part in the actual pricing of the homes. But, we have big lots here. We have, our cost of living is not as high here in South Carolina. So it's actually a really great place for people to retire and different things of that nature. And when you come here, you can buy a whole lot of home for a little bit of money. So that's where you're seeing your growth in retirement homes, and you're also seeing it in a lot of new constructions.
Oh, that is so excellent. So I think I'll have to talk to my son. We'll have to kind of take a peek. We've been peeking around the country, looking at opportunities. What I always tell people is you invest where you can make money and you live where you want to live. So that definitely is all part of it. Of course, I spend most of my time focused on commercial real estate, but real estate is real estate. Nonetheless, it's just understanding the various asset classes and identifying the, asset class that is of interest and sort of where it is that you enter the game of real estate.
Right.
So this has been really great. And tell me a little bit, you mentioned that you have two daughters that are in their 20s, and are they following in your footsteps in terms of business or entrepreneurship, or kind of what are they looking to accomplish with their careers?
Gotcha. My 20-year-old, she's at Clemson University. This is her third year, so she's a junior, and she's into marketing and international sales. So she's looking at going in the sales profession. Of course, I'm locking on to her that she's going to join the real estate industry very soon. So I've been throwing it at her. I was like, we can have our own firm, mommy and daughter, right? So hopefully she'll jump on board. But my middle daughter, who's 17, who's going to be graduating this year, she's going to flight school. She wants to be a pilot, right? So I'm super excited about that. I can't wait for her experience with this. We've been looking at different flight schools together. So I'm super excited about her, jumping on this journey. So we're going to see over the summer, we're going to work towards her getting her private license. And then we'll see about her going to an actual flight school. Well, she's still going to be at a flight school, but, get her flight license so she can fly commercially as well. So we're going to see how this private license goes this summer. But again, I'm super excited for her. It's totally different from what I would choose, right? But somebody has to be the first, right? And
Absolutely.
And I want them to do that. I don't always want them to follow in my footsteps. I want them to create the next best thing too,
Mm-hmm.
And I think sometimes, when I went to school, everyone was like, college is the way to go, right? And, if you go to college, you're going to have a great job. And yeah, you're absolutely right. You can get really, really great jobs going to college, but there's so many other avenues that you can experience as well. And I want my children to be a depiction of all those different avenues that you could actually discover to be great. So that's what we try to push here. But I think that oldest one, she's going to be my mini me.
Well, that's okay. It's exciting. I think that as parents, it is our goal to help them develop their talents, but more importantly, to excite in our children the desire to consistently learn, because no matter what you learn, if you decide that you're going to experience, your career may, transition through a few different experiences, but just understanding that there's a way to both identify, to set an intention, and then to execute on that intention and accomplish whatever it is you desire. So I'm excited about another commercial pilot. I've always been a fan of sort of driving or flying. If it could move, then I wanted to know how to control it myself. And I remember I gifted my son, I think it was for his 10th or 11th birthday. We did a flight. Private lesson. And I remember jumping in the plane, and it was one of those moments where before I got in the backseat, I said, either this can go very well, or if it goes very bad, it's going to wipe out, the arteries in one experience. Thankfully, it went very well. We took off and he flew all around, the South Bay. We're in California. So he flew from Santa Monica down to Redondo Beach, around Manhattan Beach, around, Long Beach, and then came back to Santa Monica and landed, like a pro. And I was like, thank you, Almighty and ancestors for
right.
But, it was really great, because that's really what it is. It's that vote of confidence. When we give our kids wings, we really give them wings, and the sky is the limit for them. They can basically imagine and set an intention and know how to lean into those possibilities. And, there's no such thing as failure. It's about learning lessons and gaining experiences and figuring out which ones you like and which ones, okay, I had that experience, but I don't necessarily love it. I don't want to do that for forever, but I can build from these experiences on to the next, whatever the next looks like, at the end of the day. Well, I think this has been such an exciting conversation. Thank you so much for sharing with us your journey, your roles, again, as a public speaker, as a professional realtor, as a mom, a wife, a mother, and your contributions to the community. How would you like our audience to follow up with you?
All right. So if you have any questions, concerns, or anything that you want to do, if you want to ace life, that Ashley Carter experience, please feel free to email me at ashleycarterspeaks@gmail.com. So again, that's ashleycarterspeaks@gmail.com.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, what we say here is genius is common. And I, too, will see you on the other side. Yay. Thanks again for your time, Ashley. So Thank nice to meet you.
Same here. Take care now.
All right.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
You see the career opportunity. You feel it's yours. After all, you're well qualified, but you don't apply. You feel stuck and can't move forward in your career. I've learned as a 10-year career strategist, we must learn how to show up. To show up, we will rise up. We have an amazing resource on this planet, a resource with tremendous potential. That resource is us, women. Far too many of us, when we want to rise up and advance in our careers, we hit an invisible barrier. It's called the glass ceiling. And when we do make it through the glass ceiling, chances are we're more closely scrutinized than men. As women, we face more barriers to promotions in many organizations. However, I've discovered the biggest barrier, believe it or not, is ourselves. As women, we often hold ourselves back. We are not rising up and tapping into our full potential for 3 reasons. The first is a lack of confidence in our abilities. As women, we hold ourselves back when we make career decisions based on what-ifs. We listen to that little voice in our heads that says, what if I'm not good enough? What if I don't have what it takes? What if I fail? An article in the Harvard Business Review says, men will apply for a position when they meet only 60% of the requirements. Good for them. But what do? We will only apply if we feel we can meet 100% of the requirements. Instead of moving forward with confidence, we hold back. We let fear and doubt take over, even though we know we're well qualified. And the second reason is a lack of assertiveness. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? When we join a meeting, we often sit in the back or to the side. When we could assert ourselves, we don't. We shrink back. We let others interrupt us or say nothing when other people take our ideas. When we do speak up, we express ourselves with uncertainty, saying things such as, I'm not sure if this is relevant. I don't know if this is helpful. This may not be a good idea, but when you and I use words and phrases like these, we undermine our credibility. And the third reason, we don't build a support network. My friend, Kim, applied for a position. Her female supervisor felt she was more than qualified. But the supervisor would not give Kim a recommendation. The supervisor felt it would look too much like favoritism. To me, this just looked like one woman who would not reach back and help another woman. If we want to rise up, we must learn to support each other. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. It was 2005, and I had a comfortable job as an analyst working for the US government, but I wanted more. A supervisor's position opened up, and I submitted my application. I tried to find out as much as I could about who was applying, what were my chances. I discovered that 2 men were applying for the same position. I also discovered that neither of these men had the qualifications that I had. But I was optimistic because one of the women on the interview panel told me that she would support me. So I walked into that interview room well prepared. I answered all their questions. I aced that interview. 3 days later, I was told I wasn't selected. Not only did they select the least qualified one, they selected someone who didn't even belong to the organization. I was shocked. I was hurt. I was angry. I thought, how could this be? It was like a slap in my face. I deserved that job. I thought, maybe I should just look for a job somewhere else. But I was in an exercise class, and it hit me. I'm not a quitter. I have never given up. I deserve this job. I'm good at what I do. At that moment, I realized that if I wanted to rise up, I needed to show up. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. And then it happened. The man they hired quit. And the manager asked me, the more qualified one, to step into that position. I did. I showed up and I rose up in my career. Having worked with hundreds of women over the years, I know there are 3 steps we need to take to show up. The first is to build confidence. The second is to be assertive. The third is to build a support network. When we follow this 3-step process, we will show up to rise up. When we rise up and tap into our full potential, as women, you and I will contribute more to our organizations, more to our families, and more to our communities. When we show up to rise up, everyone wins.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ashley Carter. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour good business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Day business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ashley Carter. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour good business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. Our next speaker is Sydney Warnsby. Sydney is an experienced business executive with over 30 years of demonstrated success in developing and implementing strategic solutions that integrate all functions of the business for solving complex and high-impact situations. He has proven results in leading and coaching teams for business startups, business turnarounds, and transformations, new product development, and implementation of Six Sigma and total quality management techniques. The diversity of his career roles and experiences put him in a truly unique position to be able to identify, understand, and resolve business issues from every perspective. Hello.
How are you?
Sydney, tell us about the name of your business.
Well, my business is name is Juertis a Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction. So I named each of my businesses I've named in some way to honor my parents. And for this one, it's about the way that they raised me and raised us, me and my siblings. In terms of, my dad was military, career military. So there was a big thing about, honor and discipline and kind of work ethic etc. And so the word Uertis can be translated either honor or excellence. And so I use excellence because that's what they taught us, that you always had to be the best. If you're going to be a street sweeper, be the best street sweeper. You know, you've probably heard all those, monikers, etc. And so the excellence, and they always taught you'll stand out. You know, that if you do things right, you'll stand out. You'll distinguish yourself from everyone else. And that's what I try to do with my clients and within the business. You know, so it's about me helping them identify excellence in what they do and what their vision is for their organization, so that they can distinguish themselves from the rest of the competitors in their market and segment. So I use that as my business title.
All right, you got it. So what do you do in your practice to help businesses?
So I call myself a business growth imagineer, which basically means this. I help founders and CEOs, business presidents, heads, etc., to implement the processes and systems that generate reliable, dependable growth, using the concept of small change to big things. That tries to focus them on what's critically important, and that typically leads to doubling their profits in a short amount of time. Typically, doubling their profits in less than a year.
All right. So growing a business and doubling profits seems like a big and daunting task, is it?
It's not as hard as it sounds, because typically what we do when we're managing our businesses is we kind of deal with what's right in front of us. And so we get that tunnel vision, head down, nose to the grindstone kind of behavior. And that leads us really to firefighting and rat killing. Something's urgent, it sticks its head up. We're like, oh, there's a rat, gotta go kill it. Oh, there's a fire, gotta go put it out. And so we lose sight of where we're really trying to go or what our vision truly is, and therefore we're not doing the right things. And so there's a whole concept of, are you doing the right things or simply focusing on doing things right? And if you're really going to grow and transform your business, you got to do both. You got to do the right things, and then you got to do them right. But if you're doing things the right way, but they're the wrong things, you're not going to be making any progress. And so doubling profits is really not as hard if you stay focused on where do you want to go first and foremost, where do you want to be? And then second, what are the things that are going to drive me to be able to achieve that? And let's stay focused on those things and spend our time and manage, the processes that are going to drive those kind of results. So
I got you. Now, one thing I know is that you talk about using the concept of small change to big things.
Right.
What does that mean? And how did you come up with this concept to use with business owners? And why do you think is the best approach?
Okay. Well, let me start with the first one. What do I mean by it? So small change to big things. My undergrad was engineering. And then I went back and got an MBA in HR and operations. And so from an engineering technical perspective, and when you're working in operations, especially in manufacturing, which was my first growth, I did a lot of work in statistical process control, quality assurance, techniques, Six Sigma, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the techniques that you used is a technique called experimental design. And experimental design is used really with a lot of research scientists when they're going to design experiments to try and determine what's really critical in terms of this system or this process that's going to drive the outcomes that I want. What are the key variables, and then what is the correlation of those key variables, to success? And so it helps you to, synthesize down to here are the things that are going to make that outcome happen. The other concept is, continuous improvement, which really focuses on this, systemic, cyclical, approach to, I'm going to identify what the gap is between where I want to go and where I am, and put a plan together for how to achieve that, implement that plan, and keep verifying where I am and keep that iterative cycle going. So this concept of small change to big things, I combined those two concepts into the approach that I used when I was working corporate to say, okay, first and foremost, I need to understand what's key and core about, whatever business I'm running. And then what are the changes and process systems, behaviors I can make that are going to drive that change. One of the things I did with that, because of the diversity of my industry experiences, I started discovering that every business was the same. Where you're going to get your growth only comes from 5 areas. And so, and that's just true for any business, any industry, any phase or stage of their development, no matter how long they've been in business, and no matter what geography they're working in. So if you're a business, for profit or not for profit, you only get growth from these 5 areas. And the 5 areas are getting more leads. So how do you identify the people who might be interested in what you do and need what it is that you do? Converting those leads to actually paying customers, deepening the relationship of each of those customers through a process of more transactions, and then identifying value proposition. So how can I improve and increase my value proposition so that I can garner a higher price? And the last but not least is, driving down expenses so I can really deliver more of those revenues to the bottom line or profits. So all growth from all companies come from those 5 areas. And so I discovered that in, all of my, work in all of the industries I was, working in. And then what I used was that concept of continuous improvement, just to say, okay, if that's where all growth comes from, then what are the processes, what are the specific tactics and strategies in each one of those areas? And so I use the combination of those 2 things then to help business owners identify for within their business, what are those key strategies? What ones are they working well with right now? And which ones are they not doing well with? And, they're probably, for what I use, 40 different strategies in all 5 of those areas that I can work with a business on. The first year, I usually keep that down to about 12, because otherwise you get overwhelmed. There's too much and there are some things that a business will be doing well in, some things they won't. And so I help them identify, here are the things that you're doing well. Here's some improvements that we can make in that. But here are some things that you're not doing at all, or you're doing poorly. And we need to make some adjustments to that, et cetera, et cetera. But the key piece is, even with small changes in each of those key areas, I'm talking about a 1 or 2% improvement in each of those areas, because they're all linked and interrelated. You can have transformational change, within a business. So I have on my website a simulator, a business simulator, that you can look at your actual revenues, your actual profit margins, and then identify within either the 12 or the 40 categories, what happens to my revenue, what happens to my profit if I make a 1% improvement, a 2% improvement, a 10% improvement. And people discover pretty quickly, it's like, I get it, I understand why this can have this kind of monumental impact. Then all I'm doing is working with them to say, okay, what are the things that you're not doing right now in this category, in this strategy, strategic area? And let's start putting those things in place. Typically, you're going to get more than a 1 or 2% improvement. But what I want them to understand is, we don't have to hit a home run. We don't have to get everything. All we have to do is, make these small incremental, and we'll come back and we'll do another iterative cycle, and we'll make some more improvements as we go along. But we're going to have transformative growth with just that. And that's the key piece from there.
Gotcha. So that attention to detail and that engineer design process plays a big part on how small change to big things come into place that you're emphasizing.
Absolutely. And the other piece, to this, Ashley, is that I want business owners to understand that they are empowered without anything else, that they are sufficient as they are. They're enough to make this stuff happen. Because when I start working with most businesses, and I ask them, where are you right now? What are your big opportunities, obstacles, what do you feel that you need to, do to get to where you want to be? I started hearing things around, the things they don't have and the things they're waiting for. I need to get more cash, loans, capital, et cetera, so that I can do the next thing. So I can do more marketing. If I just did more marketing, then if I could buy more Facebook click ads or Google ads, then I'd have all the business I want. I'm good. Let's go. But I don't have enough money, so I need to get a loan, and I can't get a loan. or I need to buy this equipment. If I just had this equipment, then I could do the X, Y, and Z, and then I'd be off to the races and da da da. But I don't have that equipment, so I'm waiting until I can improve my profits so I can buy that equipment. Well, that's never going to happen. And so what I want them to see when we're talking about changing process, procedures, and behaviors, that those things cost no money. It's about what you're going to do to change and what you're going to do to have your team change if you have a team. And so it helps them to feel empowered that says, I can do this, boom, and get the results that I want. Because I'm, doing this on process and behavior and procedure changes, I can implement them like that. I don't have to wait for anything. I don't have to wait for a loan to get approved. I don't wait for my profits to get better somehow miraculously. I don't have to wait for a piece of equipment to come in. I can do that today. And when I can implement something quickly, I can start seeing results quickly. And when I start seeing results quickly, then I can start having impact, over in my entire business at that point. So that's the big piece around this. So when I'm working with my clients, I tell them, look, we're going to make these changes and improvements, but I'm not going to tell you at any one point to spend more money than what you're doing now. I'm not going to ask you to buy something more, spend more. We're going to talk about the process changes that we can make, et cetera, to make this stuff happen.
So you basically talked about the mindset in these process changes and the little things that they can do to make a big change. So does all of these ideas about growth relate to all businesses in all industries?
Yes. Again, every business segment, every industry, every phase. So I don't care whether you're a startup, don't have a dollar or a dime of revenue, or whether you've been in business for 30, 40 years. I don't care what geography you're in, that you can be in a small podunk town. You can be, in the biggest city, in the world. You can be in any continent. You can, so it doesn't matter. Business is business. The business of business is the same everywhere. And therefore, these 5 growth areas are the same for all businesses. And so these strategies work across the board. Right now, I'm working with a beverage manufacturer out on the West Coast. I'm working with 2 different tutoring companies that have tutoring businesses in very different segments. I'm dealing with a farmer who's starting up a farm, dealing with a couple of small manufacturers, a couple of restaurants. I mean, so again, the diversity of my clients is quite wide and varied, and the issues are going to, or the solutions are going to work the same no matter what. And when I was in corporate life, so for my corporate background, I worked for a lot of Fortune 50 companies, International Paper, Mead Paper Corporation, Eastman Kodak, which was, photographic films, copiers, copy, consumables, etc. I worked with PepsiCo, Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase. So even there, with that diversity of businesses and industries that I was working with, using these same concepts, and those were, again, Fortune 50 companies. I went off on my own and I did it for my own business that I had as an entrepreneur, but then all for these other businesses as well. So it really, it's about understanding how it works and then start putting those things into place for yourself. And again, they're fairly straightforward and simple once we start, working with them on the conversations about, okay, here's what, attracts, folks to your business. Here's what your industry is. Here's what niche you're working on. Here's what your target market is about. Now let's start, figuring out everything from there.
All right. So how can business leaders go about creating a clear, compelling vision for growth and change?
Well, probably the best way is first for them to be clear on where they want to go. And that sounds simple and trite, but you'd be amazed at how many business leaders and owners just have the idea that they want to, they're going to be in this segment and they want to be rich and have leisure time, but not really focusing on the details of what does that mean for them. So one of the things I start with them, and they can get bored with it, but it's like, if we don't do this, you're really going to get off track later on. But I start with them with, tell me specifically about where you want to be. And I have two techniques that I use. Sometimes I use them both, sometimes I use one. But one is the five senses. So tell me about 10 years from now where you want to be, and use all of your senses to describe it. What does it sound like? What does it look like? What does it smell like? And if there's a taste to it, what does it taste like? What does it feel like? I want you to go through all of those things, because if you can start getting to that, then you're really understanding. You're there. You're putting yourself in that moment to say, in the future, here's what I want to. Yeah, and I hear the if you're a manufacturer, I hear 15 machines going at a time. I hear the phones ringing in all my office. I hear people running down. I hear this, but I also see. I smell. It's all that stuff. So now it becomes clear to them, like, that's what I want. And if they can't do that, they start understanding. It's like, I really don't know.
Right.
Okay, well then let's get there. Another technique I use is, describe your day. It's 10 years from now. It's 15 years from now. Describe your day. They go, oh, okay. Well, I come into that. No. Talk about from the time you woke up. Okay, well, I got it. No. Tell me how you woke up. Did your alarm clock go off? Did you just wake up on your own?
Right.
What time did you wake up? You start going through that, and then you start getting an idea as an individual then, what kind of day am I having? And what does that say about what I'm doing and what's going on? And, then you can, again, start getting a clear picture of, here's where I want to be. Here's what I want to be going on. Now, let me figure out how to build that, how to make that picture now a reality. So once you've done that, then you start working on the business piece and saying, okay, if that's where I want the business to be, then it's just deconstructing. Okay, let's, what's the step right before that? What's the step right before that? Until you get back to today. And then you say, then these are the things that we need to do. Here are the milestones. And now let's start moving forward.
Gotcha. Well, you're absolutely right. That mindset plays a big part of your everyday routine and your growth for your business. So tell us some stories and examples of change management projects that have gone right and change management projects that have gone wrong. Like, what were the key differences between them?
Oh, well, the key differences, I'll tell you. Well, I'll save that for the last. I'll talk about ones that went well. And you know what? I'm going to use myself.
Okay.
So I'm not going to use any of my clients, because that wouldn't be fair. They're not here to, to defend themselves.
Right?
That's right. So I'll use myself. Boom, 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 boom. One that went poorly. And by poorly, yes, it started off well, but it kind of stalled. And to protect the innocent, I won't give names and a lot of detail, but I had a business that I was supposed to be managing, leading, works on, taking over this operation organization. That was a transformation. It was a change in business transformation. They were not performing well, and I was coming in to turn that around. And did my normal thing of looking at all the reports beforehand, the financials, identifying what the issues were before I ever stepped foot in. Kind of knew what the issues were going to be, yada yada yada. But when I got in there, started making those changes, and poof, first 2 years, just like clockwork, just like I planned, here we are off to the races, etc. But it stalled because I never got my group of loyal lieutenants in place. And one of the things I talk about in change management is you have to build a team of loyal lieutenants who demonstrate and illustrate the values that you want from the organization, have core skills and competencies in areas that you're going to need for the business to move forward, and can role model those kinds of values and those kinds of skills to the rest of the organization, who are committed and aligned with what you're trying to do and where you want to go and how you want to do it. And that you trust implicitly and that they trust you implicitly. Well, there's where it started falling apart, because I had folks, in those roles, but I could never find a complete team that, one was completely aligned with what I wanted to do. I always had to keep, kind of overseeing them and staying close hand. And the logistics of the business, because it was over several, several regions within the country, was difficult, in terms of being, present, in the time frames that I felt I needed to do to really have it continue on. So I was able to, in that first 2 years, take it from being not profitable for the last 8 years, and actually for all the time that I had reports to show, it had never been profitable, to being profitable at the end of the first year, and actually showing growth for the first time since that group had been formed. But it stalled at that point. And, I looked back on it and said, it's really around having that leadership team who could have now taken it to the next level, based on some things that we needed to do. One that went extremely well, a similar situation where I was asked to turn around a business, did the same kind of assessment. When I took over this operation, it was within the organization I was in, ranked 134th out of 138. So out of 138 business units in this, mine ranked 134th. And they said, here you go, Sydney, do something with this, right? And I love those kind of challenges, et cetera. And at the same time, it was poised to grow and forecasted to grow, from, about 10 units to almost 40 units. Well, actually, it was poised to grow to about 25. I ultimately took it to 40 units. So it's both a turnaround and a growth at the same time, with a pretty poorly performing team, but came in and did the same kind of stuff. Okay, here are the structural things that we need to do. That's going to grow. That's going to, get cost and controls. That needs to get more accountability within the team. Pulled my loyal lieutenants together. But it had to go outside the organization really to get all of the loyal lieutenants that I really needed, for what I was trying to do. But because I was able to get that team together, we took that from 134th to number 2 within 3 years. Actually, it was less than 3. It was about 2.5 years. So from 134th to number 2 in 2.5 years. All of a sudden now we're not only the changes that we're making, we're getting lauded at the national annual meetings. They're sending teams in to look at what we do. They're now changing the entire business or operation, to implement the things that we're doing, system wide, and some changes that we had made system wide. My folks are getting promoted and sent out to other markets to kind of implement the same kinds of things, et cetera, et cetera. So that was key to success there. And what was the difference between those two? It was in the loyal lieutenants group. Every other thing, my ideas, my strategies, my approach was all the same, but I didn't have that loyal group of lieutenants that I could then disseminate, responsibilities and delegate responsibilities to, who were really aligned with what I was. So I was then limited to how much and how fast I could get around to them to oversee them. And the one that didn't go as far installed versus the other one, I could simply say, okay, you guys get it. You understand what I'm doing. Here's what we need to do next. Here's the milestone that we want to reach. Make it happen. And they were, committed to making those things happen. So they were a much higher performing team. And therefore, we had the results and successes that we had. And I tell folks when we talk about change management with them, there's these 8 factors that I talk about. And a loyal lieutenant, having that group of loyal lieutenants is going to be indispensable. I hesitated at using the word, but it's indispensable. If you really want to get to where you want to go,
Right.
You're not going to get there alone. And you're going to stall out at some point if it's all based on you. And so you got to do whatever you can. And the sooner you get that team in place, the more impact that you're going to have and the faster you're going to go along.
I agree with you. We all got to be dreaming the same dream in order to get there, right? So you're absolutely right about that. Absolutely right about that. And that's phenomenal. Like taking that team from 134 to number 2, like hats off to you, Sydney. Like that's incredible.
Yeah. But it's the same things that I'm doing with, and that's the important piece for people to understand.
Mhm.
If you're using the right, systems and approach, et cetera, that can happen in any business, any
Right.
industry, in any segment.
And I think that plays a big part, what you said, utilizing the same systems. It's not the system that's broken. It's what we're trying to actually do and implement the system. And if we're doing what we're supposed to do and we're using that system to the best of our ability, then we can take it to no ends at this point, right?
Yeah.
So
Go ahead. All right, so I was going to say that one of the things that I do, there's a concept around change management of organizations that says you got 90 days. You got 90 days to make a culture shift in that new organization that you're taking over. And so I create a 45-day plan that says, here are the things I'm going to do in the first 45 days, because I want to make sure it's well on the way to accomplishing what I want to get in that, in that 90-day time frame. So in that first 45 days, it's mapped out. Here's what I'm doing. And no matter what business I'm going to, no matter what kind of industry, no matter what kind of phase or stage, I'm doing the same task. The answers will be different because it's a different business, a different organization, but the task will be the same. And so it's similar when I'm working with my clients. The process is going to be the same. The tasks are going to be the same. It's about then what answers come out of those tasks when we're working together on that, so that the solutions are right for that business. But the process steps will be the same no matter what business or no matter what industry that we're working in. And that's, again, an important thing for folks to see, for folks to understand.
were you there? Were you able to hear me?
I did not.
I said one last thing. How can people get in contact with you?
The best way for them to reach me is probably through my website. The website is solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's www.solutionswithresults.com. On that website, they can do several things, but one of them, they'll have my phone number. It'll have my email address, but it will also have a Ask Sydney page where you can click on that. And you can send a message to me about any issue that you have with your business, and I will respond to that specific issue with, a specific answer, for you to use and implement, et cetera. That will come, directly to me, et cetera. So, and I'll answer that within 24 hours. So, either one of those, is probably the best way, and the simplest way for people to remember.
All right. Well, again, Sydney, I want to thank you for speaking with me today and just giving your overview of businesses. And I want to say to you, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Bye.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome, and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
It's designed to help business genius.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turn to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am a business growth Imagineer, and I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to inspire, to empower, and to educate businesses about business. Today, we have a speaker that is going to be very interesting for you on the topic. Originally coming from Africa. Just lost my contact here. My apologies. Oh, gosh.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
My apologies. So we're going to welcome to our stage, originally from Nigeria, in the area of Namad, moved to the U.S. in 2000. Graduated from Prairie View University with degrees in. Why is this moving? Degrees in architecture. For over 20 years, he's led Nanenji Media, a branding and marketing agency supporting small businesses. And since 2016, he's been an accredited photographer for New York Fashion Week, working with top designers like Christian Siriano and Michael Kors. In 2021, he founded Go Black, co-founder and launched Go Black with the label that while talent is distributed equally, opportunities are not. So please help me welcome to the program, Ninaji, and I won't try to pronounce your last name. I'll ask you for yourself to help me with the pronunciation.
That is okay. How are you doing, Mr.
Well, I've been better. That was my system went wacky, so things started jumping around. I apologize for the botched introduction there. So
No problem. That is
now, how do you pronounce
technology.
your last name?
Agbolabori.
That's what I said. Agbo.
I'll
Now,
walk with you. Agbo.
Agbo
La.
Labori.
Bori. There you go.
Okay. All right. So what part of Nigeria are you from?
I'm from West Africa. Well, so Nigeria's West Africa, but I'm from, if we're being specific, I'm from Ibadan, which is about maybe 2-3 hours away from Lagos.
Mhm.
Everybody knows Lagos. So,
Yeah.
so
Very
drive
familiar.
3 hours away from there, and then you'll be in my city.
All right. And then Prairie View. So how'd you get from West Africa to Prairie View?
Well, I came here. I went to high school here, and of course, Prairie View was sort of like next option in a way for me because I have a bunch of friends, and I call them quote unquote family members that went to Prairie View, and I was looking for a program to be in. One option was either going to be architecture, and the second option was going to be biology. And I was told Prairie View has the best biology program. I got in there, wasn't really for me, so I switched over to architecture, which I kind of fell in love with.
But from that to fashion, huh?
Well, fashion was more so. Photography came as a hobby, and that hobby kind of led me into fashion photography.
Okay.
Which was when I transitioned into the runway, industry, going to New York and stuff.
All right. Well, I've taken up enough of your time. I know you have a presentation you're going to do. And folks are going to be very interested in all that you have to say. So I'm going to step out of your way. And as we say, genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Just give me a quick second, bro, and I'll jump back online with you.
Okay. So while Nananji is getting his thing set up, again, one of the things that are really important about each of our sessions is the diversity of experience that our folks have, that the speakers coming to the program have. And you've heard him even talking about how he navigated from architecture to fashion industry through his hobby of photography. So one of the things that's very impressive about so many of the speakers is how many strengths that they have in so many different industries and segments that they use in all of their business activities to help them be successful. So looking forward to hearing the specifics and details from his programming and how he applies that.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome back to the Black Business Network. Again, my name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm a business growth Imagineer, and I'm your moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network, as you recall, is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We're going to welcome back Mr. Nanaji, who all our little gremlins, technology gremlins on my side. So my apologies for all of that. And we're going to let you, get into your presentation.
Absolutely.
So really appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
And as we say, genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, hey, everybody, my name is Nanaji, and I am one of the co-founder of Go Black. That's GOBLAQ.com. During the pandemic, we noticed that there is a lot of need for guidance and mentorship and coaching, especially within our community, the Black community. But what I do notice is that a lot of people are starting businesses without any foundation. A lot of kids are in college without any guidance, without any reference. And so my co-founder and I, we was thinking about how can we help? Because personally, we just within ourselves, we struggle with that as well. For example, within my family, I'm the first person to ever major in architecture. My co-founder was the first person in his family to become a programmer, and is doing very, very well. But when we were in college, we didn't have anybody in our family, right, to go back to and ask questions. How do you write this line of codes? How do you prepare for this interview? How do you prepare yourself when you get a job? In my case, it's the same thing. How do you prepare yourself for an architectural interview, right? And so we are relying on our friends. We're relying on the people that we went to school with to give us answer to questions they don't even know how to answer, right? And so we started thinking about how would it feel if our community decide to pay it forward. For example, we have successful Black entrepreneurs that have either become a CPA, that have become a dentist, that have become a medical doctor, or engineers. How would it be possible, or how nice will it be if you could possibly just reach back into the community, right, that you came out of? Think about yourself, for example. You personally have not, probably you're the first generation in your family to kind of break that barrier to become where you are now. And now you have kids, but within your family that you were just educating. But we have kids that are also leaving their community to go to college that also need guidance. So we came up with this idea. And for the past year and a half, we've been working on this platform. And so we thought about it. We didn't really want to have any guardrail around us. As you know, a lot of people that are building technology right now are relying on quote unquote third party plugins to help with what they're doing. My background coming from marketing and branding, and having a co-founder, which I think is it's a very important decision to make for anybody starting business. I'm gonna take it away from myself right now and just walk on and talk and actually speak on why is it important to pick the right co-founder, right? So my co-founder, we met and we talked for about maybe 2-3 months, just vibing as a friend, vibing as people, figuring out what is your interest, what are you passionate about, what is your background like, what made you tick as a person, what makes you upset, what makes you happy, what do you like to do when you are not working on programming at all? If you're not building anything, what are you passionate about? And one thing that I really, really admire, the first thing he said was my family. And that's key to me as well. We'll take a break from anything and we just spend time with our family. And because of that, we started working together. And eventually we came to the decision. I was already working on Go Black, but I needed help. So we had a conversation, we met, and we started building. So back to the company itself now, we didn't want to focus on relying on the third party app to help us with our application. Because what happened is, as you grow as a company, and what we thought about is, as we grow as a company, the topics that we're talking about, the things that we want to do, the community that we're trying to reach, there are some things that we say, and culturally, we understand that. And if we go against the power that be, they can either shut our video platform down or shut our server down. and things like that. We didn't want to rely on all these things. So what E and I worked on was, let's build our own video platform from scratch. Luckily, he's done a project like that in college. So we built our own video software. And then we started thinking about, well, how about people need to schedule for classes, schedule for a conference, schedule for a webinar? How do we do that? And so we decided to build our own calendar platform as well. Now, in this case, everything is being done on the platform. When it comes to scheduling your video, when it comes to actually being on that video, the audio, the video, the green room where you wait before you join a session, all these things are actually hosted by us because we built it. And the reason also is just because things we say as a culture, as a community, people may not understand that. And now keep in mind, we protect all the videos, everything is archived on our platform. But ultimately, the goal and the vision of Go Black is really to just empower us as a community. As Black community, we need to thrive and move forward. We talk about the Black community spend billions of dollars, in merchandise and supporting businesses, right? But we can keep that wealth within the community by just sharing resources with one another. We have a pipeline, we have a goal, we have a milestone. Our goal is to get educators, right, to come into our platform, share information with those that needs the information. And after that, we wish and we hope to possibly get these students and get these folks that actually receive the resources if they're looking for a job. We create the pipeline to get them a job. And at the end of everything that they're doing, we hope to reach out to them as well and bring them back into our platform for them to give back. Now, there's an information that I saw out there, and I want to read that to you, and just to see how staggering it is, right? So 76% of employees think that mentoring and coaching, mentoring, for example, is very important to them. Now, out of those 76 people, only 37% of them actually have professional mentors. That is huge, right? 76% think it is very important for them to get guidance, get coaching, get mentoring from someone. But only 37% of them actually get that. Now, during the pandemic, there's been about 30% increase in that. There's about 30% increase in people actually looking to get coached by somebody else. And so I'm very happy about the Black Business Network and the Black and the Black Business Olympic, that we have educators, we have business owners, we have coaches, we have strategic folks in here. Now we operate more on the higher side of business. We talk to the Fortune 500 companies. Now we have the startups, we have the small business owners that are looking for your guidance, right? And so with myself and Dr. Kelly, we feel like as though we can bring your wealth of knowledge into the platform and actually be able to educate these people. And so on our platform, it takes about a minute to sign up. When you go to goblack.com, there's a space as a mentor. So just click become a mentor. When you click on that, give us your first name, your last name, and your email address. Then you'll be able to log in into the dashboard. Your portfolio takes your profile takes about a minute to complete. And after that, your page is set up. Now, we have two ways how we do things. One, you can give your time for free. There's no commitment level. You don't have to sign up with us for a year, for 6 months. We made it so easy that you come on whenever you're free. And when you're not free, you don't have to book a class. The second option we have is that you can have your class as a pro bono, or you can charge for your class. Either way, you still give back. Now you set your pricing, you set your availability. Now you also have a way of vetting the student. What we did that we thought was very smart is that we want to keep the environment very professional. So, and when I say that is that we vet the mentors and the mentees, we vet the student and the teachers, we vet anybody sharing resources. If you're trying to host a webinar, if you're trying to host a conference, we make sure, or we have to make sure, you have a LinkedIn profile. That way, before you even start a class, you check the person and make sure your time will be well spent. We don't want you to get on the call and then there's conversation being had and you're going, man, I just wasted my time. So first, they have a profile you can look at, but your LinkedIn profile says a lot about you and your background. So we have it that way. And there's just a lot of things that we want to do. I mean, we feel as though that beside you promoting your business and talking about what you're doing, our vision for the next 5 years as a company really is to be the hub for the Black community. And when I say that is that whatever it is you're looking for, if you're trying to look for who is who within the culture, you should reference back to our site. When you're looking for jobs as a community, you should look into our website. If you're looking for news about what is new out there, who is new out there, who's the next Black person coming up, or who's the next Black person right now, if you're looking for investment, our platform will be that resources for you. As of right now, what we're working on is a grassroots, which is you need information. We have those that can provide you that information. And I think a lot of people kind of get lost in, oh, let's do this, let's do that. What we want to work on is when you're looking for who is who among the Black community, Go Black is that place you go to. And also just education. I feel as though education is the key, right? To anything in life. We can learn from that during the pandemic. For example, during the pandemic, school will close and the low income community were greatly affected by the lack of technology. And well, we hope we never go through that again. But even up till now, people are still struggling. Imagine Go Black at people's home, right? Luckily for us, we've worked. I mean, we have opportunity that's been very, very great as a company. We've partnered with Amazon, we've partnered with Google. We're currently on their program. So when it comes to the things that we need to improve our platform, they are just arm reach away for us to get whatever we need. And another thing is that I know that global expansion is a thing. Blacks are everywhere. And so we're not limited to just American audience alone. There are Black in Asia. Think about the continent of Africa. There's a huge population of Black people. You think about Europe and Canada. So as a company, our goal and our vision as a company is far beyond just where we are right now. And so if you're interested in partnering with us, if you're interested in collaborating with us, if you're interested in coaching, in teaching, in mentoring, if you're interested in having a webinar, if you're interested in having a conference, we have the bandwidth to host you and to be able to deliver whatever it is that you're trying to do as a company. But this has just been a very, very great opportunity to be able to speak to a large audience and to be able to share our vision as a company. And I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity. And I really would like to meet each and every one of you guys. I will leave, or my LinkedIn, you can just type in my name as it's spelled on the screen. If you're trying to connect with us personally, you can visit our website again, goblack.com. That's GOBLAQ.com. And it's just been a wonderful pleasure to speak to you. And I would like to close out. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there is an anticipation of something that's going to come I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combine both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. when you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show. Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
could build your own city. A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.